Hello everybody, we're live. And tonight, a bit of a different stream. So my guest tonight unfortunately couldn't make it, had a bit of a last minute incident, a bit of a last minute call off. So I thought, something I've had queued up for a while and never found the right moment for, seems like the right moment tonight. I thought we'd just play some Dwarf Fortress while I answer any questions that chat may have about Dwarf Fortress. I've been playing Dwarf Fortress for a long time, and I've been gaining a lot of information from lots of other people who also know a lot of stuff about Dwarf Fortress. Interview the voices in my head instead. Indeed. But yeah, I thought I did show this fortress on stream last time we were playing. This is the fortress that I'm playing on my own streams. And yeah, I kind of got distracted because we were talking about weird beasts, and I tried a little experiment where we caught a weird beast in a cage. And I left it with us linking triggers to 2 goblins and the weird beast child in a cage just outside the walls. But the surface of this fortress is getting more and more dangerous, and I would really like to get at least a low level retaining wall on the outside. If I can build this up one more level, then it'll make my butchery work and stuff a lot safer. Nothing can get access into the fortress, but being out on the surface is just so dangerous for the dwarfs. Now, if I look upstairs, there's a lot of trees that are kind of blocking the way of this fort, so we're going to have to knock down some trees. So let's get started with that. I also need to move my corpse stockpile as well. Let's repaint that. We'll move it inside the walls, and then we'll delete the bit that's outside the walls. There we go. That'll help. This is where they actually dump it there. That's where the dump zone is, I think. Let's just see if that dump zone... Oh, okay, the dump zone's to the left. Maybe we'll move that then as well. Yeah, we'll just clean that out a little bit there. That'll be good. I'm going to need to put some floor down over the inside of the water. Any tips on ocean fortresses? Well, the tricky thing with ocean fortresses, if you want to build your fortress out over the ocean, nothing actually grows in an ocean biome. So it's really difficult to get yourself sustainable. You can only live on animals. So whether you're building an above ground fortress or you're draining the ocean is somewhat tricky, but can be done. Pumps are extremely effective, so you can drain the water enough for the dwarfs to be able to build. You have to sort of section it off piece by piece while you build out there. But yeah, you can't grow any plants. So I've done a little bit of a build. It was a long time ago where I drained a little bit of the ocean. And I did another build where I built out over the ocean. I wanted to build something that looked like a boat on the ocean, like a ship. But yeah, I was always flummoxed by the fact that I would have to have a bit of fortress over normal land. Yeah, don't retire or reclaim them. Any place you dig out under the ocean, no matter how deep, will be completely full of ocean water upon reclaiming it. That's true. Yeah, ocean fortresses. When you build a fortress next to an ocean, that's really interesting because you get to see things that you don't see in a normal fortress. But yeah, it's actually building out over the ocean or building into the ocean can cause you unforeseen problems. Lack of fresh water. You have to pump the salt water into a tile that has never contained fresh water. Into a tile that has never contained salt water. That, I'm trying to remember if I got that working. I think I might have got it working by pumping the salt water to a tile that was higher than the original ocean level. Because all of the drained parts of the ocean once contained salt water, so you can't use a pump to refresh your water, to purify the water. Ocean spray acts as a waterfall. Indeed, yes. The ocean spray acts like a mist, and the tide comes in and out. It's really nice. You see the waves washing up on the beach. And you get driftwood and stuff as well. I'm gonna put a door somewhere out here. Let's, what am I doing? Yeah, no, let's start getting a bit of wall built. The walls here are all made out of copper. The map you're on has an ocean to the east and a non-connected, maximum depth 5 brook through the middle. You connected them and the brook stays freshwater. Nice. Yeah, we'll put it there, I think. So we've not long had a raid here. I'm hoping that now's the best time to get on the surface and start putting down a wall. Don't know why I keep going there. Right, construction. Floor. I want to floor over these ponds so that people can't just swim under and into the fortress. I think I've got a bunch of chirp blocks, have I? Let's see. If I don't scroll, it should bring it up. Yep. There as well. Yes, it's going to be a little bit all hands to the pump. We need to get rid of that stuff there. All right, come on, dwarfs. Flooring over that bit would be handy too. Also, for the sake of our dwarf sanity, let's get rid of the bodies here. We'll get them dumped down the hole. Oh, and especially that dead giant. Because if we get a necromancer and it raises that dead giant, we're in trouble. Okay, corpse stockpile is empty. Let's go pull the crusher on that. Bin crusher lever will get you pulled. And we'll get a wall built up there. I'm leaving a doorway in here, at least for the time being, so that we can get out and chop the trees that are in the way. The doors are going to be temporary, but they do give us some protection for the moment. The tower is an octagon shape. Okay, dwarfs. The other thing I want to do is get in the wood that we've dropped if I can. Actually, I mean, it's not terribly important, but we'll see if we can. I would also rather keep the children inside. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do that. Could put a burrow down inside. Okay, we've got one piece of wall. Let's get a door out here then. Now, if I suspend that stockpile, let's just check. Yeah, I don't have any other dump zones. So I'll put a dump zone just there, actually. We'll be fine. And we'll go and collect the logs that are out here. And we'll just pull them inside the walls. So it's amazing how effective just a one layer wall can be at keeping your dwarfs safe, even when you're under siege. Although pretty much any enemy can just jump over the wall, it seems to help block their line of sight for a bit. Is there an upper limit to how tall you can build a tower? Do you know, I have no idea. What are you doing? You're cleaning. For the moment, I am... I'm going to switch off cleaning. Standing orders. I forget which one it's under. Yeah, let's forbid all floor and wall cleaning. It's under sieges and forbidding. Alright, we're going to need to chop down that tree. Well, I can just build a wall over that piece. We'll be fine. Never seen a tree just... Oh, I see. Yeah, it's... Now that has landed on a drawbridge. That's okay. It shouldn't cause us trouble when we close the drawbridge. Let's build a door up here as well. Right, just want to make sure that that wall's not... Yeah, it is. Resume. Okay, our fortress is now a lot safer than it was before. But to build up again, what we're going to need to do is to put a staircase inside the walls. We'll put the staircase here. I'll just go up one level for the moment. We'll make the staircase out of copper as well. Right, so which trees do I want to knock down first? Probably these three. The elves are not going to be happy with me. There is an upper limit to the sky now I think about it. I presume that that is how high we can build a tower. We might try find that out, see if we can build a tower to the sky limit. Okay, let's bring those logs inside. Oh gosh, and those logs, they are blocking the door now. There we go. Okay, everybody back inside. Very good. We'll lock the doors while we don't need to be outside. It'll help to stop the cats and dogs running out. You're experimenting a bit. It seems like the sky limit can be set in World Gem, but defaults to about 17 layers above the highest object of embark. Can't be built above that. Just can't scroll up even. If you can build to it, yeah. 17 layers is plenty for a good tower, absolutely. Now, enemies can climb really high walls if they really want to. I've seen, in fact, it wasn't even an enemy. It was just a visitor trying to leave. Climbed over a 15 tile high wall. That wasn't 15 to the sky. It was sunk down into the ground. Okay, so to get up here, they're going to need some floor. And, well, it wouldn't be a truly decadent tower if it wasn't also made out of copper. Bro, we have doors. Well, to be fair to the... Oh yeah, you can't get... Okay, I'll let you... Yeah, the door's in the way, so they can't actually walk across the floor there until they've built this. Yeah, to be fair to the human or whatever it was, I can't remember the creature now. To be fair to the creature that climbed the walls, all my doors were locked. We were under siege. There's a DF hack script from previous versions that allows you to extend the sky, but it hasn't been updated to work on the newest version yet. Crossing fingers for that. Well, the dogs are climbing up on the walls as well. We just had an owl scared by something. I wonder what it was. Why? Who threw a lump of rock down the bin? I've had them moving rock downstairs, haven't I? Let me just check. We're cleaning up this floor down here. No, someone must have just been looking for... They must have been carrying a lump of rock when I changed up the dump zones. Because I had them dumping a bunch of rock there. This is going to be inside the below tower walls. Okay, that's fine. As long as I haven't got a bunch of other stuff that I've told them to dump. We might get a few more rocks thrown down the bin. That's why I leave access to my binners in case something like that happens. We tried asking the owl what scared it, but it just kept saying, "Who?" Mysterious. At least we're not in Weird Beast time at the moment. So our main risk right now is just another goblin raid. But we've not long had one. Or of course some sort of mega beast or semi-mega beast just wandering onto the map. Dwarfs sometimes climb trees to get at a chopping job if it's placed high in the tree right. Wonder if they try to climb over walls if the job is past them without a walking route. Maybe if they have good climbing skills. Usually what happens, I don't know if you can, in the current version, put a chopping job that is part way up a tree. Oh, you can. Yeah. Yeah, that causes problems. That's a lot of the times that you get dwarfs that are injured whilst chopping trees. It's because you've chopped them part way up. Usually they won't try to if you put a chopping order that's part way up. The problems with those usually come when you're chopping trees on a mountainside and you chop trees in a range. And so you chop it part way up because it's on the flat, but then actually the tree exists one level below as well. If I had a lot of dwarfs stuck in trees, you'd never seen them climb otherwise. If you have a military squad behind walls and they spot an enemy on the outside, oh, you'll be amazed at how fast they learn to climb. Before I started fighting underground, so now if I'm going to battle, I bring the enemy to me and have battles underground. That way my dwarves don't have to deal with unsavoury things like sunlight. Right, let's get the logs off the walls. And we'll get a bit of floor put in here. Right, pretty sure they can't build this. But we'll see what they try to do. I'm not sure whether they'll just walk across the trees or what, but I'm curious. But we can definitely get us a little bit of wall going. I love the way the branches of the trees look. Like just how detailed they are and how randomly they all grow. Are the dogs that are running around loose? They're not my entrance guard dogs, are they? I know one of the guard dogs here got killed in the last raid. Got 3 there. 3 there. I don't see any dogs here. I suspended you, can't remember why. There's only 1 dog surviving from that bunch. Let's get some more dogs brought up here. Okay, you don't have a job. You don't have a job. Let's bring you 2 up there. And here. Right, those 2 have been put into a position already, so let's find the next one on the list. Yep, you'll do. It's a really geometrically pleasing fort, thank you. Excuse me. Okay, we'll start getting some of these corners in. probably do with another floor piece there, I think. I mean, the dwarfs can pass past it, but I think it'll look better. Finks says, wait, tonight's guest is Salford Sal? I love that one. Thank you. Love you too, Finks. How am I doing? I'm doing fine, thank you. Yes, so my guest tonight had an unfortunate emergency. Nothing dreadful, but wasn't able to make it at quite short notice. And I had on my list of things to do, was to have a question and answer session where I would attempt to answer any questions anybody had about Dwarf Fortress that I might know the answer to. I'm your personal favourite as well. Thank you, Vedavolna. So, what about that one? Were you able to do that? Can you build across branches and leaves? I've never tried building across branches and leaves before. But if they can do it, that means I don't need to chop down as many trees, and that would be a good thing. Because the elves are bringing me interest in animals. So it's like Sal explains, but free. Indeed. Are you glad they're okay? But to be honest, this fort is probably the best to answer questions. You have a bit of everything and a cool premise. Yes, for those who don't know, I have a million channel point reward on my channel. They have. They've been able to build across the trees. Huh. Well, I didn't even know that that was a thing. So it's only the trunks that block construction. So where do babies come from? Well, I am going to take that question at face value and say that historically in Dwarf Fortress, the way that children of any species were made, not just dwarfs, was by, well, what the community describes as spores. Because if you had two of a creature, be they dwarves, humans, dogs, cats, anything, on a map, then they would breed. Whereas now they need to be within a vicinity of each other. A female dwarf is pregnant for, I believe it's a year. And I think we were able to check in DF Hack as well to see whether or not they were pregnant. Now, where we could build through the branches here, I don't think we'll be able to build through the trunk. Pretty sure the trunk will block, but it's interesting that the branches don't. That's a revelation to me. Do trees dynamically grow over time? They certainly do, yes. So a tree that is so they start as saplings. There's a tree sapling there. Sure, it's dead. It's got no room to grow, I don't think. I don't know if we'll have any live saplings on this map. with there being so many trees. Oh yeah, there's one. Okay, so there's a live tree. So when it first grows, it would have quite a small spread on its branches. I'm not sure about these ones that are growing against the edge, whether that's just because they're limited because they're against the edge. But yeah, at first they a newly grown tree doesn't cover as much of an area. Now I haven't watched this the same in the Steam version, so I can't be sure that it's exactly the same, but certainly in Classic I watched trees get bigger over the course of 3 years after they had sprouted. You had a female necromancer immigrate to your fort. You locked her in the walls. She must have been pregnant and had a baby dwarf in the walled-in passage. You freed them and banished them, and they left. That's a really bizarre tree. They're just trunks with no branches. Curious. So you can have a male pasture, a female pasture, and a breeding pasture to control your grizzly. You can. And as long as they decide to stay in their pastures, then they won't breed. As long as the pastures are, there's a bit of a distance between them. I'll often put the males and females in different rooms and then lock one or the other in. Yeah, a bit of leaf on top of the date palms. Very small indeed. Do saplings come from rotting fruit, or do they just appear? They just appear. They just spawn. As long as you've got trees somewhere on your map, they'll continue to spawn more saplings. Will I be streaming later? Probably not. I've got some Kit Fox video work to do after this stream. But we've got a few hours of stream to go yet. Good, I've been working a lot. That's true. Oops. Has anyone else DF hack added a fruit orchard or nutwoods as a food source to brew fruit liquors? I've never used DF hack for that myself, but I have nurtured a fruit orchard, an underground fruit orchard. You need a height of 3, so if you channel a height of 3, and then I think where I did it I had deep soil, so I didn't need to muddy the ground or anything, so I just dug down by 3, channeled down by 3, so there was a pit, and then I remember I didn't remove the ramps, which I should have done, because when I put a cover over it, put a roof on over it, and then accessed it from underneath. Then I removed the ramps. Now, where the ramps have been, that was underground. That counted as underground. But where the original ground level, where the ground level, the flat ground, was exposed to the, had been exposed to the sky, that was counted as surface still, even though I had a roof over it. And over time, trees sprouted there. And I cut down anything that wasn't a fruit tree. I was after, I think it might have been cherry trees. I was after a particular type of fruit tree. And I seem to remember it was cherries. It's weird beast time. Oh gosh, yeah. And we had a strange mood. I should check that. You're stood there doing nothing. It's Warp Scientist. Let's have a look at what you've got. Right, you've got some rock, you've got some logs. You want rough gems. Okay, let's go. So, strange moods. There's different types of strange moods. And as you can see, Warp Scientist here is cycling a list of things that she wants. And down the bottom of the contents of the workshop, we can see what it is that she's already claimed. So she sketched pictures of a forest and she's got some logs. And in her list, I think sketching pictures of a forest only came up once. And then was immediately followed by rough gems. So that's the thing that she wants that we haven't got. Now, I have left her down there for a while. There's some quartz just there, right above her. Let's go to auto. And we'll get the minor dwarfs digging some of those gems out the wall there. Oh, we know exactly which material she wants, which one she's stuck on. It's always the next one on the list. So as long as you've got something in the list, it's when they haven't collected anything, then it's hard to know, because you don't know which one was the first one on the list. There seems to be some correlation between the workshop that they've grabbed and the first thing that they grab. I've noticed in a metalworker's forge, it's common for them to go and grab a metal bar first, and this is a stoneworker's, and the first thing she grabbed was a lump of stone. But I'm not sure that it's 100% reliable. Okay, someone's on the way. Let's hope she doesn't go mad before they get here. Nope, she's got it. Right, that's reset her clock now. So there is a timer on how long she'll wait. And if we don't fulfill her needs, she'll either go berserk and will kill people until somebody kills her, or she will go stark raving mad, throw all her clothes off, and then run around the fortress babbling incoherently until she dies of dehydration. Or she'll fall into a melancholy and refuse to drink and eat until she dies of dehydration. And yeah, that timer ticks down, but every time we satisfy their need for a new thing, then the timer restarts again. I'm pretty sure we've got everything else available to her. Might need to free up some cloth. Depends on what cloth she wants. We'll come back and check on her in a moment. Oh, yes, that's right. Ianek is my new mare. I forgot we had a mare now. What does Ianek want? Amulets. Okay, well, let's make an amulet then. Rock amulet. Ianek just wants one. Let's use up one of the loose bits of rock that we've got. Okay, they've built all of that. Contemplating knocking down that tree. I'm also contemplating just leaving it in the wall. Oops, I keep on going up and down one level. There we go. I think I'll leave it there for the moment. Okay, I'm not going to be able to come out there, I don't think. We'll find out. Definitely come across the leaves there. Yeah, this is a complete revelation to me. I had no idea that you could build across the leaves and the branches. Let's get the corners in. Sounds dangerous indeed. Oops. Double clicked when I didn't need to. Yeah, just wanted to make sure I was building in the right place there. Let's get rid of you. I think there's only one log there. Yep. Might be some access trouble. Dwarves pathing in the trees tend to interact hazardly, indeed. Oh yeah, I'm paused. That's why nothing's happening. Something that I want my miners to do while this is going on. If I go downstairs, right, just above this level, over here, I've got a minecart that is tipping rocks through a hole. Probably going to land on top of that tree leaf. But what I want to do is get that hole all the way down. To the magma layer. Which is quite some distance. Yeah, down to here. So that we've got all of the rocks just dumped in a hole down here where the dwarfs can get at it. So far, there's the hole over there. Right, ignoring the tree leaf. I should chop down that tree, shouldn't I, before that becomes a problem. Just make sure I'm at the root of the tree, because I don't want to chop down the tree after it's got a bunch of metal in the in its branches. Then that point there, we're going to need to bring you inside the fortress. I'll just mark a dig the whole way down to magma from that point. And of course, I've still got it on auto. Damn it. Okay, back up again. Right, so from the point where the metal falls, yep, it's here. Might as well take it the whole way across to the stairs, although the stairs change because of this road here. We'll take you all the way across to the central staircase. Okay, if there's wall to dig there, let's just hope we're not going through any fun boxes. Alright, now I'll take you up a level. We'll go to there because I know that that dig order will carry over then. Okay, then from here, I'll do it too wide because I know I want them too wide the whole way up anyway. I don't need it any higher than that. Yeah, any higher than there. Let's go down to the last solid area. This floor, you can just take it to there. And there'll be a few floors where I don't need to do anything. Because they've already got access to that zone. Like, you don't need to dig that. In fact, we'll dig it there instead. Makes more sense. So if I dig a passage out to that spot on every floor, then I can get them to channel it down without worrying about a dwarf getting stuck in a huge deep pit that they're channeling down through. We don't need to do any of this at the moment. Yeah, I've got my... Just need to dig that bit. We'll get round to digging all of this anyway. They won't be able to get access to some of these points, I don't think. Okay, we don't need to dig that. We've already got the hole in the ceiling there. And this one's fine. I think they're going to have difficulties accessing that one. Yep, but everything else will be fine. Right. How's our dwarf doing who's claimed the workshop? You're working secretly. Excellent. Right, how's the wall building getting on? Adventurously. Even the dogs are up here, playing in the treetops. Okay, let's make sure that's not suspended. No. They can walk past this one on the diagonal. Oh god, now they're just taking a even wider path around the treetops. Let's get another piece of flooring for them there. Help their navigation a little. Oh, whoops, scientist has created an olivine amulet. Excellent. We shall sell... Oh, I can't sell that. Right, what's fighting? Crundles. That's outside of my walls. Okay, I noticed you're having difficulty moving that. I might just leave it there then. What's a good way to clean your dwarfs after fighting? To clean your dwarfs after fighting, to clean your dwarfs after anything really, is to make sure that they've got access to a well, and ideally soap as well. Dwarfs love a good bubble bath. I've got a soap industry set up here. I can show you if you like. Sure are comfortable walking around in trees for folks who claim they aren't elves, indeed. Let me just make sure that my entrances are open, because we are due a trader. And I'm not sure, I might have left my entrances closed. No, I've got an open entrance. You've heard of stationing them under a pond pit zone where water's dumped, or walking them through 1 unit deep water as a foot wash, mostly to eliminate poisons indeed. Does that work well after they're covered in dust? Dust is a bit of a problem. Some dust can be extremely deadly and can transmit, well, all kinds of syndromes. Let me just see. Okay, you want some... Now you want 3 amulets. We can do that. But yes, cleaning dwarves of anything works by giving them access to a well. They need buckets and soap will get rid of most issues. But yes, standing them under a mist generator will also clean them off as well. Rock amulet. Okay, so we want 3 rock amulets. Just wondering if there's any rock I've got specifically 3 of to get rid of. Doesn't seem so. How about we use up... We'll use up some of that anhydrite. Dwarfs, can you come and bring in those logs? I wasn't sure if mist generators would do it. Yeah, they do. It's the falling water aspect. It's not so much the mist, because the mist itself will spread outwards, but the tile where the water falls will help. Yeah, dwarven bathtubs, if you can get them to walk through low levels of water. Although I'm not sure if that cleans their upper body, or whether it just cleans off their feet. I know if they've been tracking through gunk from the outside, like I played a map once where it was raining, what amounted to sewage really. So what actually happened to those logs? I have no idea what happened to those logs. Kept the water level in tubs at 3 before. It cleaned all their body parts. They didn't seem to mind constantly being covered in water. Cool. Right, well, we'll at least take it up to there. Kind of conscious that it's been a season now since the goblins last attacked, so we might be due another attack. Okay, can't get through the trees there. Get to there though. Yeah, a little bit of water can help to train their swimming skills. Let's check. Have we satisfied our mayor's requirements? We have. Get rid of you for now so I can tell when you come back up. We're in the dry season, which is a good building season. I don't know whether the goblins also consider it to be a good raiding season though. Now this arrow in the tree there, that makes that tree a bit dangerous to chop down. Because the arrow is going to fall on the head of the chopper probably. Or there's certainly a chance it could. I've only played one fort so far. You had 2 forgotten beasts with dust, then one with poison vapours, then another with dust. Oh my word. You couldn't figure out how to fix those messes. That's really unfortunate. Okay, we're in Weird Beast season as well, which is another added danger. But I figure the more wall we can get built now, the less trees I'll need to chop down. Because there's less chance of the trees spreading their trunks if I can, the earlier I build it, I guess. Okay, we can build over the thick trunks, the thick branches as well. I wasn't sure about that. Let's get in a piece of floor there, otherwise it won't look right. Somewhat new to the game. If you accept a visiting scholar to stay, do they need a bedroom or do they need a room attached to the inn? I haven't accepted one since the Steam release, but it used to be a room attached to the inn. I presume that hasn't changed, but I couldn't be sure. Okay, that tree's inside our walls at least. Yeah, prioritise getting those up. traders are here. Excellent. That's the dwarven caravan. Right, the caravan will be here for a little while. Oh, there they are. Here come the wagons. They're gonna head down. Yeah, this entrance here. There they go. But I would like the dwarfs to finish building the walls that they can build. We've got time to deal with the caravans. We're getting low on copper bars anyway. Okay, dwarfs, build that much. I'll do a fair bit for our safety. Even though it's only a 2-high wall, and most things can just climb over that, but yeah, it'll help to, if we get raided and our dwarfs are working on the walls, it'll just give them a chance to get away from there. They're less likely to catch the eye of a goblin while they're up there. Let's have a look. Yes, our JB Average Gaming, who is our Baron. Which info to share? Very good. Now our mayor should meet and we'll get the ability to place orders for next year. There's currently a bug with the Steam version. Well, with whatever bugs we get in the Steam version also exist in the classic version at the moment as well. So with the version 50, where your normal citizens claim the inn's bedrooms before long-term residents can. But if you already have everyone assigned a bedroom before, then it all works out fine. Aha. Okay, I'll let them finish these wall pieces before I get them taking stuff to the trade depot. Traders can wait. That tree's outside the wall, so we'll need to cut that. Oh gosh, the pathing across the trees to as a shortcut now. That can only end in tears. Okay, right. Yes, feeling a lot happier now. I've got a bit of a taller wall. Let's go down to the trade depot and we'll get a bunch of stuff dragged down. I daren't sell the amulets. I'd really like to sell that one. It seems that that's what our mayor likes. How are we doing for cut gems? Let's take the cut gems. We'll take all of the old clothes. Help to clean up the fortress as well. All of the clothes that we sell, all these old clothes, they'll end up out in the world. We've got an odd number of worn out donkey leather shoes. That's strange. This one must have had a mixed type of shoe. It's like a dwarven version of putting on odd socks. So it's the X symbol in front of the item that's telling me that these things are worn, and some of them are worth quite a bit of money as well. So selling your old clothes can make you quite a profit, because your dwarves are excellent generators of old clothes. But because they do go out into the world and they continue to exist as entities, and this goes for any trade good, any goods that you trade will continue to exist out in the world. So if you're having issues with your frame rate and there's just too many calculations going on in your game, or if you generally have issues with your frame rate, or you know that you're going to be playing a long-lived world, then not selling your old clothes is a good thing. If you trade in food, then the food will eventually rot and cease to exist. Whereas any of the other material goods will continue to exist afterwards. Of course, even if you trade in food, in like prepared food, you're still selling it in the barrel. So you're sending barrels out into the world. There was one world where I'd been selling all of my old clothes for quite some time. I went into adventure mode and started exploring a world where I'd been playing a fortress. And that world was just so full of old clothes, like all these human villages that I was exploring, just full of old jumble. It was all come from my previous fortress. Sure. Oh, yeah, I remember that being made. Yeah. And get rid of that. Oops. Scrolling when I didn't mean to. Just wondering if we've made any artifacts that I want to get rid of. Love to get rid of that artifact amulet, but I daren't. If Ianek puts a trade ban on it, we'll be in trouble. Have we got any artifact musical instruments? I don't think so. We did have, but I think I already sold that. Just got a feeling I've got another artifact somewhere. Oh, we didn't go through the worn out upper body stuff. What makes this LGBT? So in Dwarf Fortress, your dwarfs can be straight, gay, or asexual. And Kitfox as a company as well are LGBTQ plus supportive. The old clothes market isn't entirely unrealistic indeed. There were traders in Roman times that brought bulk and recycled silk from China to Roman provinces, where it was reworked into very thin silk fabrics, some of which were then exported back to China as Roman silk. Likewise, in the North American fur trade, old and worn beaver robes were the preferred material for making beaver felt hats from. Any non-binary dwarfs? Not yet. Hang on. I'm questioning that now. I know Toadie was openly mulling over. I don't know how exactly, like working out in his own head and vocalizing the mechanics of how to introduce transgender dwarfs. I can't remember whether or not. There was already a non-binary. I'm just thinking from when I was using Dwarf Therapist, because you had the pink symbols and the blue symbols, but then you had the grey symbols. Were the grey symbols non-binary dwarfs? Or was Dwarf Therapist using... No, I think Dwarf Therapist was using the grey symbols to indicate that a dwarf was asexual. Another cozy stream tonight, indeed. Yeah, the relationship system in Dwarf Fortress really simplified, but you wonder if certain dwarfs can romance either gender. Oh yeah. You get bisexual dwarfs. And you see that when you go through legends. So dwarf therapists will tell you the sexuality of the dwarfs without you having to work it out. And if you look at the history of a bisexual dwarf, you'll see that they've had relationships with both genders. Dwarfs tend to have a fair amount of relationships in their lives. I mean, they're long-lived, and their relationships, whether they marry or not, tend to be somewhat short-lived, I suppose. Like 10 years is a long time for a dwarf to stay in a relationship. They're mostly serial monogamous. Do I not have any other crafts? I didn't notice any other crafts. We've got the amulets that are made because the Inek demanded it. I should make some more craft just so that my dwarfs have got some. Would atom smashing the clothes be more FPS friendly? What's your normal strategy for long-term clothing, extra item maintenance? So yes, atom smashing deals with it, but you still need to trade something. Yeah, any of the animals, there is a small percentage chance. I think from memory, if I remember correctly, it was about a 2% chance of any of the animals having being gay. I don't know whether that also included asexuality. I know there's also asexual animals as well. But yeah, I discovered that. I started digging into it because I'd managed to tame a male and female giant tortoise when I was I had a fortress that was in a good biome, Joyous Wilds, some time ago. And at one point, some giant tortoises wandered through, and I really, really wanted to tame them. And I managed to catch 2 and tame them, and couldn't get them to breed. And yeah, it turned out it had to use DF hack to find out, but the male was gay. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, don't atom smash mastercraft items. Yeah, if you've got a masterwork worn out clothing, don't atom smash that. Yeah, little sun in front of it. Like that llama wool dress there, once that's worn out, we'd be fine to sell it, but we can't crush it, because if you crush something under a drawbridge, that is a masterwork item. Whoever made it will be dreadfully disheartened. You were atom smashing extra stuff in your first fort, but it still took a full minute to open the stock screen, so you wasn't sure if it helped. So yep, I would suggest that for FPS purposes, certainly selling it is better than keeping it in your fortress. But not making more than you actually need as well helps. Of course, you're always going to get tons and tons of stone. Do you get the same problem if the masterwork item degrades in a refuse stockpile? I've never noticed that happen. But I've always sold the masterwork stuff. Like once they've finished wearing it, I've just sold it so that I didn't have to worry about it. I know if food rots, masterwork food that rots, upsets the chef. Okay, I think we're good for all of the things I wanted to sell. Yep, 94 items. Including a pair of pants on the floor. I haven't actually done a fortress tour of this fortress on this stream. We should really do that. Enoch, let's get you up to the depot now that we've got about 10 items left to bring up. Okay, there we go. Pause and trade. Right, if we were to sell all of our stuff, it would be worth 18,000. Let's see what we want to buy. We'll come back for the bars. We'll come back for the nice things. I want to see... First of all, what kinds of bins have they got? We haven't been asked this year if there's anything that we want to order next year. Don't need any of this stuff. You didn't bring any bins? Did I not get to place an order last year? Oh, maybe they couldn't make it in last year because I was under siege. That's possible. Well, I'll buy all of your thread. I was after leather and cloth from them. And they've brought me everything but. I will buy all of your scrolls for the library. And all of your codices. I won't buy your parchment. I think we're going to get into making our own parchment. Okay, so there's... Since they haven't bought any... They didn't bring me any wood, which I wanted. Let's have a look at the bars. Oh, he's up for another steel bar. We've got loads of iron. But I'll buy... Since we've got plenty of cash, I'll buy all of the unusual materials. Things that I'm not sure I've got access to. But iron I've got coming out my ears. I'll even buy you pig iron. That'll save me a little. Have you got any interesting blocks? I'll have your native platinum. We can use that for something nice. There wasn't anything else really, was there? I don't need to buy any meat off them. We've got so much meat walking around the fortress. I'll take all of my cut gems back. I want you to take those worn out clothes, and I do want you to take that buckler so it doesn't get stolen. The profit's not extreme anyway. How about we buy ourselves a gong? Yeah, sure, we'll trade that. So usually I like to make sure that the trader profit is higher than the value. Yeah, I do prefer that actually. We'll go for a slightly cheaper. There we go. The better the profit they leave with, the more they'll bring back the next year. Trade. Okay, and he's ecstatic with the trading. Excellent, that's what we wanted to see. Okay, Ionic, we don't need you at the trader at the depot anymore. Off you go. Right. And let's have a bit of a fortress tour. I'll let the dwarfs catch up on the various works. So, if I scroll out by one, there we go. Now we can see the whole of the fortress. So I'm playing on a 1x1 embark. It makes for an extremely small map, which is a really interesting and fun challenge. The biggest problem with playing on a small map like this is that when an enemy walks on the map, you don't know about them until they're here. So everybody is ambushing you. You don't get any warning about enemies appearing. So yeah, they're on top of you. I put a little set of walls around my main entrance just to keep my butchers and things safe at first, because we're trying to butcher animals and things, and we were getting bothered by honey badgers walking past and scaring the butcher. So this little low-level wall, that was its purpose. I can remove these now. Let's get rid of the door. Or should I? No, I might. I don't actually need to. I could just leave it. I can leave it there for the moment. Yeah. So we're going to see how high we can build this tower. We'll build it up to the sky's limit, I think. It'd be fun. Then underground. Some farms up here. Most of the farms are pigtail farms. Just for growing extra cloth. But we're making enough at the moment. Eventually I would move these farms down to the caverns. But at the moment, I just haven't got round to it yet. We're working our way down. The caverns are all secured. I'll show you when we get down there. The way into the fortress is through... I see I've got most of my entrances are open at the moment. Through these ramps at the side. So if we have a look at this one, this ramp goes up and comes out on the surface there. We'll close these drawbridges once the traders have left. And then we can be closed up for winter then. So immediately below my farms is my food stockpile. I've got a couple of kitchens and a fishery. And this is where I crush my rubbish, except we've got a rock on there. Let's go to that dump zone there and say you're no longer a dump zone, at least for the moment. We'll unforbid the logs that they've brought in. And I'll put a little dump zone here. Right, we'll open you and we'll pull the lever that opens the bin room door. And then we can go in and we can get that shirt. We'll unforbid you and we'll get you dumped. Okay, drawbridge should come down. Right, now they can go in and grab that lump of rock. While there's not much going on, I would also like my butcher to pop upstairs and slaughter some of the creatures, because we're a little overloaded on creatures. I would like to get rid of my crop of peacocks and my crop of pigs as well. We're replacing the peacocks with lions. No, we're replacing the peacocks with cassowary, and we're replacing the pigs with lions. Then I've got a few exotics that I bought from the elves as well. Let's start by getting rid of all of the males, then we know they're not going to breed. And a couple of the oldest females. Oh, actually, you guys are some of my eldest. They were my original breeding pairs. Then we'll get rid of some of the eldest boars. We'll war train the bobcat. I've gelded all of my male cats. That drake is for murdering. But yeah, we've got male and female lions now. So I want to put those where my pigs are. Lots of llamas for wool. Started off just as a breeding pair. And we'll get rid of some of the eldest sows. Okay, that'll do. That'll give us a bit more leather as well. Yeah, put monkey on the butcher list indeed. So I've been buying... Any tips for preventing explosions? So as long as the dwarfs can access the birds' nests, then they'll cook the eggs. They usually collect them and put them in a barrel or a pot. So as long as you've got some spare pots and spare barrels, then yeah, they'll keep removing the eggs. Once the eggs are out of the nest, they won't hatch anymore. Otherwise, just don't keep quite so... Like, you can limit the amount of eggs you get by limiting the amount of nest boxes. So yeah, the monkey on the butcher list. I've been buying exotic animals from the Oh, there was a snake on there as well. I might keep the snake. What was it, an anaconda? We'll see if we get a breeding anaconda from the next bunch of elves. I'm getting some really interesting animals from the elves. Do honey badgers travel in a conga line like ordinary badgers in Dwarf Fortress? I did notice that they arrived en masse. But in an area this small, they don't really get to travel very far before they bump into somebody and kind of scatter a bit. Okay, right, we can let people get on with that. I'm just keeping an eye on them coming and getting that shirt. Because I'd like to be able to close this drawbridge again. Right, we dealt with the traders. Don't need to know about you anymore. Just wondering if... Oh no, someone's... Whooped already has it. Ah, okay. Right, now we need the dog out of the room. Okay, let's lock that door while there's nobody in there. And now we can safely pull that lever. Okay, and then before we start flinging stuff back out through the hole, let's pull this again. I don't have a bin lid over the top of this particular garbage room because it was on the surface, and I knew that if because we've only just built this wall, so if I'd have had a drawbridge that was out here, it would have been destroyed. Mayor's put a ban on exports. What have you banned? Oh, bolts. Okay. I thought it was going to be amulets. Okay, so we cleared out the garbage room. Then this is my dining room. It used to be this little spot here, but I've extended it. This is a room where if we trap a werebeast under here, the dogs, if we get a werebeast coming from the surface, it comes down this set of stairs here. This is the stairs from the surface. The dogs here will spot it, and the moment they spot it, I'll lock these hatch covers here before the werebeast can get in. I try and get as many dogs out of the corridor as I can without letting the werebeast out. So the dogs are pretty good at running away quickly. That's why I like to use dogs as guards. And because the hatch cover is above the head of the werebeast, it can't break through. But if I then remove this bit of wall here, the werebeast thinks it can pass through here. And if I can trap it in between those two doors and then wall it back in again. And I usually do that after it's changed back into its normal form. While they're in the normal form, they can't break down the doors. And yeah, get it trapped in here, and then we can try and trap it in either a spike trap or the cage traps. Which is the werebeast that I've got that was trapped in there, currently out on the surface, along with 2 goblins. We'll release those when there's something on the surface that we want to cause trouble with. Let's put down another bit of floor while I'm here. Can't remember what this was. Orthoclase. Orthoclase blocks. Oh, looks like that lever's going to be a problem there. So I'm flooring over some artwork here, but I know that none of it's masterwork, so no one's going to be upset about me defacing their artwork. Okay, well, so what are you linked to? Ah, the spears inside there, yeah. So you are the spear traps. This is a farmer's guild. Down here is my trade hall. And my dog storage. Pig storage, bird storage, cassowary breeding area. And now that I've got some baby cassowaries, I'm going to allow the dwarfs in. I don't necessarily want to breed too many. I'm just happy that we've got some, because the breeding pair were actually quite elderly. But I'll need to add in the cassowary chicks. And we've got a load of wild animals in cages as well. And we might do some training of some of these. Okay, here they are. Let's bring you into there. We can bring the snake down as well. No prison break tonight? Right, yeah, indeed. That's my carpenter's workshop. I happen to have the carpenter's workshop there just because it was close by the depot, which is where most of my wood is sourced. Down here is my hospital. My hospital's got 2 werebeasts locked in cells. They are our own people. I'll never get those 2 into a trap. Bedrooms. Some of the bedrooms have got walls, some of them haven't. The bedrooms are accessed by the staircases on this floor. We'll get around to making the walls. In fact, how many I'm making the walls out of silver. Do we have enough silver bars? Oh, we do. Okay, let's get some more walls in then. Make a few more people feel as though they've got some privacy. I'm going to do a bit of your one. That'll do for now. Is there a morale or happiness boost for bigger or smaller bedrooms? Yes. They do like big bedrooms. There is a cap to that. A bedroom like a personal palace is the best bedroom you can have. Once you have the chute down to the magma smelters, you could also use it to dispatch caged wildlife when needed. Yeah, indeed. Although I'm not planning on... Well, I was going to say I'm not planning on putting the hole all the way down to the magma. It's down to the smelteries, which is the level above the magma. Although, this airspace that we've got here, I'm contemplating opening that to the magma all the way down so that the magma sea is exposed not quite to the surface. There'll be a thin layer between the surface and the magma sea. This is my well here, the sump from my well. The well's in the hospital, and this is my soap making area. There's another floor of bedrooms going in here. In fact, let's get these bits of floors I've put down here engraved. I checked ENX ban, didn't I? Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of you. We know about you. They're leaving soon, that's fine. This is my graveyard. Every so now and then, as we're passing, I just add a bit more to it. Next bit of wall we'll put in there. It's jet blocks. So this area here is my pet cemetery, and then each of these little areas here is where I've got my individual dwarfs buried, and each of them has a statue that tells how they died. This is an image of Asmel the dwarf and a jabberer. Asmel the dwarf was labouring and then fighting with the jabberer. The jabberer was striking down Asmel. The image was commissioned by us, the doomed noble arch of spiralling. Yeah, you can make statues of specific events. You have to kind of make the story up out of the bits that are available. You can do the same with engravings as well. So you specify an image and you can choose the creatures that you want involved. Creatures, objects, shapes. And then you define the interaction between them. Just fighting crundles. They're probably falling down the walls. So if we have a look at that statue there. This is a statue of Aben. Aben is falling. Aben is dead. So that's what happened to Aben. Unfortunately, they lose their nicknames. This one is Zuntir. This is an image of Zuntir and a Crundle. Zuntir was labouring. The Crundle was striking a menacing pose, and the Crundle is fighting with Zuntir, and the Crundle was striking down Zuntir. What about this one? This one is... oh, this is Aban Channel Seas. Aban is withering away. Aban is dead. Aban, I forget who that was, but they died of old age. Looks like they can't get to that spot there. Probably because that statue's in the way. That's okay, they don't need to get to that spot there. This is propaganda. They don't want you to know the truth about how Zuntir died. Oh wow, they built that while I was looking at the statues. Well done, dwarfs. You can go put in a bit of floor there then. Let's go down another floor. This is my clothes making industry. Looks like I could probably do with expanding this out a bit. And why are you guys stood there? That's somebody's office. We've got the bookkeeper and the manager and I think the Baron's office there. One day they'll get floors and walls. They might even get a floor of their own. This is my male dog storage room with, I think it's an artifact statue. Yeah, it is. One day we'll move that statue somewhere. Down here is my social floor. We've got a library, a temple, a weaponsmith's guild, a barracks and a tavern. And one day they'll get their own floors and their own rooms and walls and things. Dormitory down here. Oh yes, animal storage. Which is I put down that zone. Yeah, there's still a little bit of space in the zone. They're mostly wild animals I've caught on the surface. Oops. And this floor here is the floor that I've currently been working on. We're busy moving all of the rocks because I've been channeling down to make these big gaps around the outside, and I want to continue channeling down further. So what I've got is some quantum stockpiles like there. There's a little minecart on next to a track stop there, and these zones here, they take the rocks and then the minecart pulls them from these little stockpiles and tip them into the into that one stockpile in the center there. We've just got a few stockpiles all doing the same thing, and then over here is the dump for all of the metal ores. Do I get special statues for exceptional dwarfs? All my dwarfs are exceptional. I've been making statues for every dwarf that's died. Any one of our dwarfs who dies, for whatever reason, they get a statue. I'm making all of the statues out of jet because it feels appropriate for the graveyard. And Tekard's coming in with a raid. Hello, Tekard. Hello, raiders. Welcome. Then down here is my main lever room. This is a weapon trap full of whips and a mace. And we did get a goblin that made it all the way down here. Now I'm just thinking now would be a good time to draw, because all of the crushers have been built now. I should raise up all of these crushers before the... Oh, I don't know if the wagon's left yet. Are the traders still at the depot? I know they're about to leave. Yeah, maybe I'll wait until I close the doors. then we'll raise all of the drawbridges, because they should be stood against the wall, like that one there. But I've only just finished building all of the crusher bridges. You only make statues for the ones who are legendary sacrifices. Apparently, if you tame those wild boars, you have a renewable source of ivory for crafts and decoration. Yeah. Just doing a bit of a fortress tour. Going down further, we get to the layer of the first caverns. The caverns are all sealed in by walls, so nothing can get to us. This is where I'm keeping my llamas. Ew. Oh, it's a forgotten beast. It's a seriously injured forgotten beast. What are you? An enormous three-eyed weevil. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Its golden yellow exoskeleton is leathery. Beware its deadly spittle. Okay, it's had been in a fight with something, that's for sure. Possibly the giant cave toad. Yeah, this is where I'm gathering wool. And if we go down a bit further, we come to the road. So this is a road that runs through the caverns. Our caverns are... we built our fortress directly on top of an underground highway that connects dwarven fortresses, other like NPC dwarven fortresses. That's not gonna work for you, is it? And so my goal for this road is to connect it into the outer spiral, the outer spiraling ramps. Probably something like that. We'll work that out in due course. And I want to build a kind of archway over the top of the road. At the moment it's just connected directly into the fortress, so I've got the ends of the roads bricked up. If there's a problem on the surface and I need to let somebody out this way, I can do. Like we were under siege, or there was something. Might have been when we had a giant on the surface and we had the elven traders here. I didn't want to let the elves onto the surface while the giant was there, so let the elves out through the cave entrance instead. Okay, going down a bit further. And I should really remove this workshop now. They'll be carrying rock down to here to make this. This is where I was making the olivine blocks, because this is where I had the olivine. And here we've got cavern layer 2, which again, it's all sealed in, all the walls are in place. The walls are on the inside now, the inside of the spiral. But yeah, still got some patching up of things down here. I've got to clean up this whole area. And this is where I'm collecting the sand. So that's just a sand collecting furnace there. What's here? Oh, that was where I was breaking into the caverns further down. Yep, we come into the third layer cavern. This is the best one for Forgotten Beast fights. We don't need you to dig that. I mean, one day, sure. don't need you to dig it now. So we're sealed in, but yeah. What's that? That is a forgotten beast there. Won the last battle of the forgotten beasts. And this is a giant humanoid composed of talc. It has a square shell and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous vapours. Its right lower arm is gone. Yeah, it's in a really bad state. I didn't think it would win the last Forgotten Beast battle, because it was like really badly beaten up already. But it did. It still won. While I was building these walls down here, I was absolutely terrified because like something down here killed a giant cave spider. That giant cave spider corpse was here when we opened up this cavern. It's like something down here is tough enough to kill a giant cave spider. Looks like there's a lot of miasma around this corner. Probably Crundles falling to their death. The Crundles like to climb the walls and then they fall. And then going down further. What's that? Oh, I just took out some gems. Ah, yes. Then we come to the smelting room. I dug some gold out of the wall here. There was a huge seam of gold. I'll backfill a lot of this eventually, but not too worried about when. And we come down to the magma sea. Now this is the bottom layer of our fortress to stop us from being attacked by magma crabs and things. I put down, so here's the true magma sea here. Yeah, see we've got magma crabs and things down there. So what I did was I cracked open the magma sea just there, and then put a floor grate over it, and then used a screw pump. Just used a dwarf with that was operating it by hand. Filled this this room so quickly. It didn't take much at all. But yeah, it's kind of tempting to channel all the way down to the magma sea. Although we wouldn't get a clean run at it anyway. We'll see. So that's the fortress tour. Let's have a look and see how they're getting on up here. And we're probably a little low on copper at the moment. But if we can get in another set of stairs, I'll get them going on that. Yeah, Crundles fighting, falling. Is there any reason you can think of why a fort wouldn't get any kind of visitors, monster slayers, bards, etc., even though the caravans and traders from each civ still visited each year? 25-plus-year-old fort, and you've exported 4.5 million in value, but still nothing. Taverns open, visitor caps set high, caverns are opened up, and you're nearby other civs. No, you've answered all of the questions that I'd have thought to ask. I'm just thinking if there's something you could do to provoke it. Like, monster slayers usually come from anywhere and everywhere to come and visit your caverns. As useless as they are. Who's that? Oh, it's the outpost liaison. What are you doing there? Why are you just hanging around there? If I open the door, will you come in? You're going to end up murdered. That's the same guy that didn't leave last time. So when he was here last year, I ended up sending him out through the caverns down below. Not sure what he's up to. I'd also like to collect those bees, but I want to make sure that our fortress is fairly safe. And who's this? Oh, these are that's the traders leaving. You tried retiring the fortress and unretiring, still didn't work. Alright, I'm gonna lock these doors again while I'm not watching. Maybe it's because the fort is the Joyous Wilds? Maybe? I mean, I've had visitors try and turn up in all kinds of places where, like, visitors were really not advised to come. Yeah, if you don't leave, you're going to end up murdered. Not by us. Let's see which way the caravans are coming up. The wagons might have left by now. Let's just have a look. I wonder, I might not have a generic meeting area. Maybe if I put down a generic meeting area, it'll coax them in. Had some visitors in your Joyous Wilds terrifying fort. So, not that. Aha. Wonder if it was just a world population problem. It was a small world and most of the civs had a population of 1 to 4,000 at most. Oh, maybe. Yeah, because the visitors tend to be like wandering bards and Why do I have a child cage? That's actually a werebeast. So, a werebeast child. It's not just that I go around caging children. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, we spoke to the keeper of the seal. Where are you? You're just hanging around there. And who are you? I mean, they're hanging around my Baron's office. I'm going to put down a generic meeting area. Okay, not associated with anything, it's just a meeting area. Are Forgotten Beast sprites correlated to their descriptions? Yeah, they are. I've seen quite a few different Forgotten Beast sprites. Some of them are just horrific. It's particularly the ones that look like an animal. Especially the insectoid ones, like that giant weevil we've got. It's like, ew. It just looks gross. Right, curious. Now I've put down a meeting area. What do you think about that? Is that going to coax you in? Wondering if our outpost liaison is... Ah, okay. Yeah. So maybe having a generic meeting area is important. Right, what's going on with the other... Where's the keeper of the seal? Let's just see, are you moving anywhere or are you just hanging around? Right, you're just hanging around. So what I'd like to do now, we are in mid-autumn. We're not expecting any more visitors. I would like to close up my drawbridges now. We can close up until spring. Yeah, I've got lots of pigs. We're busy eating our way through the pigs at the moment. And you. You're having dwarfs tagged as attending meetings. They just stand there and go hungry, dehydrate and die without moving. Any idea? Do you have a mare locked in a room? For example, is your mare a vampire that you've locked in their bedroom or something like that? If they want to have a meeting with somebody. Oh yeah, I was stuck in a tree indeed. Find out where your mare is. See if your mare's inaccessible for some reason. That's usually who they're trying to have the meeting with. No, just use them to attend the trade depot? The other thing is, dwarfs who are attending meetings are dwarfs that are unhappy, and sometimes once a dwarf has been unhappy, or while they're unhappy, if that unhappiness escalates, then sometimes they can reach a state of melancholy, and they'll just refuse to eat or drink. Sometimes they'll go berserk, but not always. Sometimes they just get depressed and stop eating and drinking. Could be that. I'm just trying to remember if there's anybody else that they have meetings with. I've got 4 unhappy dwarfs in my fortress. I know about 2 of them. What's going on with the others? So, Ray, I know about you. I know that's a werebeast who's trying to attend a meeting but can't. This human hammerman, haven't I tried to expel you several times? Yeah, just leave this place. Although you can't at the moment because all the doors are locked. Bong buddy, what's wrong with you? You've probably been playing around in the corpse stockpiles. Oh, you got into an argument with someone and it's bothering you. At least you got your own fantastic bedroom. Yeah, that argument has been bothering him for a long time. Bothering her, sorry. And lazy apples, what about you? What's wrong with you? You've experienced trauma fairly recently. You've been angry dwelling upon getting into an argument as well. You're largely okay. Do you have your own bedroom? You don't. How about we give you a bedroom? We'll put down a bed. We'll set up 2 beds. And then I want 2 chests. Just use closest. Put the chest next to the stairs. And we want 2 cabinets. No, I'm not a game dev. I stream for Kitfox, who are the publishers of Dwarf Fortress. So yes, I'm an official streamer rather than a game dev. Right, let's put down 2 bedrooms here. Now I can't use multi because I don't have any walls or doors or anything, but I can put them down individually. Okay, except you are going to Lazy Apples because I know Lazy Apples is not happy. Okay, Lazy Apples, there's your bedroom. Then we'll set up another bedroom here. I need to move that statue. Bong Buddy has decent quarters already. I should probably give our mayor a bedroom. Enoch, you can have a bedroom. Oh, Enoch and Haunted Putty. Very nice. Tell them they made an amazing game. You haven't played it, but you watch people play it to draw inspiration. Yeah, the game now has 3 devs instead of just the 2 brothers. Indeed, yes. So Putnam has joined the dev team. Yeah, they've now got Putnam's like a I don't know. Putnam's been a modder of the game for over a decade, and had a good feel of the code already. Yeah, I think it was amazing that they took her on. So one of the reasons why they asked me to be the streamer, the Dwarf Fortress streamer, to stream Dwarf Fortress for Kitfox, is because I'm a long-term member of the community. They've been big on bringing in members of the community. Do I have any knowledge of when Adventure Mode will be updated? I don't have any insider knowledge, but I keep very abreast of the news. And I know that it might take a little bit longer than I was originally guessing. I thought it'd take them 6 months after Steam release to do the rest of the work for Adventure Mode. But I was watching Toady talking about the work that he's doing and some of the plans he's got, and he actually wants to bring forward some of the Villains Part 2 update and a couple of bits of the military update to make Adventure Mode better, make more sense. Yeah, either way it'll be worth the wait, indeed. Because one of the whole thing about villains, the villains update, I know we've already had Villains Part 1 and he had to stop work on villains to bring forward the Steam version, and so Villains Part 2 will be the next update after Adventure Mode, after he's got everything finished about just getting all of the current stuff to Steam. But in bringing stuff to Steam, he wants to bring it up to a certain quality. So for those of us who play Adventure Mode in Classic, I don't know, personally, I can't speak for everybody, of course, but personally, I find Adventure Mode is absolutely amazing and terribly, terribly obscure. The controls, I mean, I am constantly in and out of the help screen when I'm using, when I'm playing in Adventure Mode. So I need to pick up some pebbles. How do I do that then? Which button was it to pick up a pebble? Need to craft those pebbles into an axe. How did I craft a thing again? And this is all just so that we can have an axe so we can attack somebody, because there's wolves around the corner and stuff. But yeah, Adventure Mode is amazing. It's just the control systems for adventure mode. So obscure. But when you play adventure mode and fortress mode together in the same world, and then read legends about what's going on, that's when the real richness of Dwarf Fortress really comes to light. And you learn a lot about what's going on in fortress mode when you play adventure mode. Not to mention the wrestling system, indeed. Yeah, that's when, and it's reading the individual like how you go about striking something. You are taking control of the battling AI in adventure mode. You see that repeated then in fortress mode. You understand more. We've got a galactic in chat, indeed. Yeah, the real richness of funnel books. You love exploring forts you've made with adventure mode. Indeed. Right, let's let these people get on with their jobs. Oh, someone's... Yep, they're dumping some rocks. Good, good. That's what I like to see. Oh, Forgotten Beast is fighting possibly rodent people. Let's have a look at how we're getting on with... Ah, they've chopped down the tree whose branches were in the way. That's good. You can come and channel out underneath that rock now. Can you? You can't because there's a stone stockpile there. I'm going to have to remove the stone stockpile, aren't I? We'll watch this lump of rock fall all the way down. Forgotten Beast fighting notifications are just ever present for you at this point. You'll go and clear them out of the caves eventually. Yeah, what I've done is to wall off my caves, my caverns, so that there's only a tiny little area, a little sliver that's left to the cave, the cavern dwelling creatures. And that way they end up fighting each other. I only ever have one problem in each of the accessible areas. If I've got two problems, they make themselves into one problem. Yeah, it's one of my favourite ways of dealing with multiple enemies is to let them turn themselves into smaller numbers of enemies. While we're waiting for a miner to come down here, let's go back onto the surface and see what we can do about building up the next layer of the tower. Yep, they've got the staircase in. Looks like we're missing some... Oh no, we're not missing some bits of floor. Made a few more copper bars, which is good. I'd make an overhang to help make us safe from climbing creatures, but with the trees coming right up against the walls, it doesn't really matter. We'd just be building the overhang into the trees, and then they could climb the trees and climb up the overhang. Overhang would be useful once we get above the top layer of trees that are in contact with the walls. I have sent them outside just as we hit Weirbeast time. Might have been more sensible to wait until Weirbeast season was over. But I guess if there was a Weirbeast approaching the fortress, it'd be in the front door by now. Yeah, they've turned again. We've got to go quite a ways up before we get higher than the trees. Oh, we've got a dog on the wall. How high can enemies climb? I've not... The highest I've ever seen anybody climb was a visitor that wanted to leave my fortress, and they climbed a 15 high wall, and it was just a random poet. It wasn't just one of them either, there was a few. If they really want to, they'll keep on trying, and unless they kill themselves in the attempt, they'll actually learn how to climb by trying to climb. All right, get down some more flooring. No access? What about from the other side? No, I'll wait for you to build that bit then. Oh, we should be able to build some around here. Copper Tower, this will patina beautifully indeed. But yes, every layer of wall makes it a little bit safer for us. Or at least a little bit safer for the dwarves that are working outdoors. The fortress itself is secure. Nothing can come in from the surface. But yeah, my butcher and tanner and people, the kids taking the vermin outside, that sort of thing. How tall will I go with it? As high as we can. The sky's the limit, literally. A dog stood in the way. What happened to the dog? Where did the dog go? I don't know what just happened to the dog, but it didn't look good. Yeah, no physics limitations. The walls don't crush under their own weight or anything like that. I don't know what happened to the dog. It's not on the ground. So if we... But we had a similar thing happen earlier to some logs that were in the treetop. They just kind of disappeared. There was I did notice a dog running around on the surface. But yeah, if it had fallen, we'd have seen a message saying that the dog was fighting. Because full damage, like when something's injured from falling, it reports it as it's fighting with gravity. Maybe it's a blink dog. Yeah, fighting with gravity indeed. Let's see if we can get this bit of floor in here now. Yeah. I'm building faster than they can make copper blocks though. Copper bars, sorry. Just make sure, yeah, definitely building that on the outside. Oh, it's blocked there. There's just twigs there. We'll see what happens once they've got this bit of wall in. I am making a copper tower, yeah. That's probably going to use the rest of my copper bars, is it? Yep, it is. Oh, dog's back. Potentially blind all the enemies, indeed. Dazzle them. Where do I get enough ore? We've done a lot of underground digging. You generally find that there's large quantities of copper. It's a very common material. But also underground I've been digging out huge swathes. While we've got all the doors upstairs locked, oh, and now it's winter time. I want to get all of the drawbridges stood up. There we go. You haven't got a name. You're not connected to anything. What are you supposed to be connected to? I don't know. I've put in a bunch of levers and then I've not connected them to anything. Did I put you in with the intention of attaching you to the crushers? Yeah, these are all of these levers here. I put them down and then didn't link them to anything. I bet I meant to link those to these bridges, and then when I put these bridges in, I just put some extra levers in. Let's have a look at you. You're already raised. Let's pull you. We'll get you raised. That's the yellow bridges. You're the blue bridges. Let's get you raised. And the chirp bridges, they're already raised. Just an artistic lever display indeed. The mini bat kind of looks like a Beyblade. We've called it a shuriken. It'll, as I channel down a bit further, it'll start getting some more connections between the walls, so the pattern will develop further. Before I can do that though, I need them to move some more of these rocks. So all of this area here will be channeled down. Reduce says that you've been told that I've resorted to caging up children. For shame. just the weird beastie children, not all the children. I can do a little bit of building around here as well. So, because we've already channeled down there, there should be walls around each of these. And this bit of wall here, they have to build that before I can box it all in. Oh, they could probably build it from the slope. So the Act Out once knew involved the criminal justice system. Puberty's hard for some kids. You have one question. You would like only your military to wear snazzy blue capes. How do you tell a regular civilians not to wear them? Oh, that's really hard. It's easy to tell your military what to wear. It's not really possible to tell the civilians not to wear it unless you put all of your civilians in their own military squad and tell them that they have their own uniform, which includes like trousers and a shirt and socks and shoes and gloves, but doesn't include a cape. So you can only do it the positive way. The other thing you could do, just wondering if no, you couldn't just put the stuff in a burrow. You'd have to put the entire fortress inside a burrow and exclude a cloak stockpile. I think even then they'd still go into the stockpile to get the clothes. The only other thing I can think of is you could as you make them, you could forbid them so that the dwarfs don't go and get them. Once they've been allocated to the military, the civilians won't access them then. I need to remove the dump zone that I put upstairs. That one. So it's possible you just got to kind of finagle it. There isn't an easy way to do it. All of your civilians are in squads, so you have that part, but you don't want to change all their uniforms, indeed. Slightly easier question. How do you get all your civilians to carry shields? So if you allocate, so if you've got all of your civilians in military squads and you tell them, let's say that these two were all of my military squads, all of my civilians. What you can do is change their equipment so that it includes a shield. And as long as it says uniform worn over clothing, they'll continue to wear civilian clothing, but they'll add a shield to themselves. Oh, an equipment mismatch. So the miners, any miners or woodcutters or hunters won't be able to carry a shield or a weapon of any sort. Everybody else will, but miners and woodcutters and hunters. On your labour screen, it's these top three. And that's because those three already have a civilian type of uniform. That's why they're broken out specially. That's how the code allocates them a thing to carry. So yeah, you'll find that any miners in the military or woodcutters or hunters, you'll have problems with equipment mismatch. If you stop them from being miners, or you put them in a special mining squad. I don't use hunters personally, but my woodcutters and miners I tend to put in their own squad and just have them without uniforms. Let them train up some wrestling and stuff. They're a dwarf that knows how to dodge and wrestle is a really, if they're legendary dodgers, legendary wrestlers will be extremely formidable as a fighter if they get themselves stuck in a corner somewhere. You're very welcome. Just see if they're still working on that. You gain knowledge of masterwork quality. Yes, we do a lot of sharing of knowledge here. Yeah, you can't have woodcutters that are also axe dwarves, indeed. Woodcutters can be, ironically, woodcutters can be wrestlers, but they can't be axe dwarves. Oh, yeah, I was going down to the... I removed the dump zone, yep, because I wanted to get the walls back in around here. And to do that, I need to move the bricks out of the way. I'm going to need to do that in a few places. Right, remove those bricks. Remove the stuff that you might end up putting on the stairs. I bet they'd do it if the enemies were Ents. They'd eventually get round to dumping the stuff, but like collecting it up and throwing it down a hole. Let's see. Oh, okay. Oh, have I still got people on the surface building stuff? Probably. Vile force of darkness has arrived. Arrived where? Here. I could just look at the notification, but my map's that small. Is anybody working up in the treetops? There's nobody up here at the moment. Oh, there is. I'm going to let you finish the one that you're doing. I'm going to suspend the rest. But I'd like to get him back down. Right. Get yourself downstairs. I don't see much in the way of wildlife to distract them. We could release the dwarf in a cage. Okay, go pull that lever. Let's see if we can distract them with these things. Meanwhile, I'm just keeping an eye out for anybody coming down this corridor. Okay, he's in. Deadpan short man. Alright, do we have any more dwarfs outside? I don't see anybody else in the treetops. No. Well, let's lock these hatch covers. If they can't get in, they're less likely to try to. You guys look like you're trying to go for that entrance. We are sealed in, so I don't know where they're going. Oh, I bet there's an owl or something in the sky that they're chasing. They are Mark's dwarfs and goblins. Is there something flying around in the sky here? Don't see anything. Oh, there's another bunch of them here as well. I don't know whether the creatures got away or whether they attack them or what. Yeah, I think they probably just ran away, which isn't ideal. It means we've just let the werebeast out. But yeah, I was thought worth it if it bought my my dwarfs a little bit of time. Tower dwellers, gasp! Say it isn't so. Indeed. We're building an above ground tower and a below ground tower. Okay, they've dug the hole in the ceiling there. Okay, we can go that far with the channeling. Shouldn't be hit by falling rocks. Oh, we got another strange mood. It's T. T's in a strange mood. Weaponsmith? Oh, you'll be heading downstairs then. Is there a Bob the mechanic? I think we had a Bob in this fortress, didn't we? Yeah, Bob the mechanic. Busy smelting gold. Dwarfs will use shields and crutches to become miscellaneous object users. So the second anything goes down, the civilian that got messed with will then beam them over the head, indeed. Okay, let's see if... Well, she's not stood at the forge, so that's a good sign. Right, what are you after? You want bones. Of course, all the bones are on the surface. You want lots and lots of rock. You want cut gems. Metal bars you've got. Rock blocks you've got. Bones. Do you know how dangerous it is to go and get those bones while we're under siege? Oh, and time's ticking while I was watching that as well. Well, we'll unlock a door. What I'll do is to remove the refuse stockpile. That way no one's going to be tempted to come out and do something about it. What's that there? Oh, someone's skeleton. The more I can keep the dwarfs inside, the better. I'll just keep an eye out for any of the invaders approaching the walls. There we go. Yeah, that was T, so T's got some bones. He was just climbing the wall, that's how he's got across that water there. T-bones indeed. I could try and coax them downstairs. I'm not really, still not set up for properly handling sieges. I'd need a bait dog down the bottom. Which is what I'm planning on doing with these. Oh, that's what I can use that extra lever for. Yes, what I'm planning on doing with these spaces here is to put a bait dog in a room. So then we'll be able to close these doors, set all of the crushers going, and attract enemies down. Suppose I could get one of those set up straight away. Like here, where I've already marked out where I'm channeling. Now, to protect the dog, something like that would help. That way archers coming down couldn't shoot at the dog. And this is the best corridor to bring the enemies down, because we've got a couple of... We've got one weapon trap. But oh no, we've got 2 weapon traps. Yeah. The artifact weapons that are in them are not wonderful. But plenty of whips. Let's have a look. Yep, you're still collecting stuff. Copper's not the best metal. I think I'll leave you with it though. No, I don't want you to use those copper bars. Can you find some other metals? You don't have a preference for copper, do you? No, you prefer black bronze. We've got loads of platinum. You could use platinum. And we've got loads of gold. Gold would make it for a nice crushing weapon as well. Or an expensive artifact if... Okay, we'll forbid these copper bars. And those copper bars. And those 2. You're not having copper bars. Go get something else. Yeah, all those 2. Honestly, all this gold and silver, she insists on copper. What about in here? Okay, that furnace hasn't been used yet. And that's a glass furnace down there. Right, this was just platinum, wasn't it? I mean, I don't know why it's just platinum. There's they can use any of the forges. Okay, she's gone and got something else. What did you get instead? Gold. Gold will do. She might have gone up to the trade depot to get something else. I've given my miners so much mining to do that it might take them a while to get round to digging out the new dog room. Okay, the people up here have moved the stuff that I asked them to move. So I can get my walls sealed back in. These are the ramps that the traders come up when the traders arrive. And at the moment the tower's missing its walls on this level. I chopped down the walls so that the dwarfs could more easily access all of the rocks around the outside. Okay, T, a gold warhammer. Excellent. Oh, that's really good. Well done, T. A golden warhammer is amazing. Let's have a look at the most recent 2 artifacts that we've just acquired. So we had the Heavy Vines, the amulet created by Warp Scientist. This is an olivine amulet. All crafts dwarf shippers of the highest quality. It's encrusted with round olivine cabochons and octagon cut smoky quartz, decorated with llama wool and horse leather. This object menaces with spikes of smoky quartz. On the item is an image of Bilalo Shell's presence, the elf, and Stukos tribute banners, the dwarf in goblin cap. Bilalo Shell's presence is cringing. Stukos tribute banners is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the ripping off of the elf sallow butcher Bilalo Shell presence right ear by the dwarf sallow butcher Stukos tribute banners in the early autumn of the year 154 during Lissad Aroz, the clashes of savagery. On the item is an image of a reindeer in platinum. On the item is an image of Id Diamond Action, the dwarf and dwarfs in zinc. Id Diamond Action is surrounded by the dwarfs. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Id Diamond Action to the position of Queen of the East Dies in the year 82. Yeah, undead fight indeed. Well, there's a lot of history engraved on that amulet. Let's have a look at our new golden warhammer, the Light of Cruz. This is gold warhammer. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It's encrusted with rose-cut precious fire opals, decorated with billow bone, and encircled with bands of oval gabbro cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of gabbro and menaces with spikes of chert and gold. On the item is an image of a long four-sided prism in gabbro. On the item is an image of Olin Cunningpage, the dwarf, and bats in peridot. Olin Cunningpage is surrounded by the bats. Olin Cunningpage looks terrified. Who is Olin Cunningpage? I've got to find out. I've got a feeling they may be one of our dwarfs. Not the easiest thing to find out. I need to find their non-dwarven surname. Now, when I go to put you in the military... Nope, you still have your dwarven surname, so I can't get it from there. What about from the nobles screen? No, it's your dwarven name from there. What about in labour? Nope, same again. Oh, shame. Later we discovered Olin Cunningpage became Batman. Is this an origin story? I think so. Yeah, we'd need to look in Legends to find out who Olin Cunningpage is. What about if I was assigning a room? Like the bedrooms. No, that's their dwarven description as well. Can't think of anywhere else where... Burrows? What about burrows? No, that's their dwarven name. There's somewhere in the menu system where we see them and they don't have the dwarven names. Are you the only one who collects figurines of your fort citizens? Your craft stockpile is like a little historic ledger. I'm crafting statues to all of my dead dwarfs and putting the story of their death on the statue. The only way is to find an Olin. I don't have any of the first names, unfortunately. I've been renaming them, so all of their first names have been overwritten with the nickname. So yeah, I'd have to make a copy and go in Legends. Oh, Cunning Pages, Nakis Moral in Dwarven. Oh, let's have a look. Ah, it's JB Average Gaming. Do you hate bats by any chance? Your preferences? He absolutely detests bats. Oh dear. So T has created a Warhammer and put a little picture on it of JB Average Gaming, our Duke. And the fact that he's hanging out in the caverns absolutely surrounded by bats that he's terrified of. Yeah, change it in the game settings. It changes the nicknames to center. I love that they picked up on that. And you can do it while running the game without having to restart or anything. Cool. Don't need to just now, but I shall do. Yeah, we do have a lot of bats around. The cats tend to... the cats try and catch them. Just poking a little fun at the Duke, no worries. Yeah, indeed. Our Duke's scared of bats, would you believe it? He's a dwarf and he's scared of bats. Do you know how many bats we have in this fortress? Assign the hammer to the Duke. I'm actually going to put the hammer in a weapon trap. I'll be bringing I'll be bringing visitors into this fortress eventually. And I don't really want my artifacts stolen. Actually, I might put a weapon trap in here just to help keep the dog safe. I feel like we should smooth the dog's room. And I'll build a little drawbridge as well, so that we can close the drawbridge just in case of they get too far down. Right, first of all, let's just grab the rocks out of here, rather than wait for you. An artifact gold hammer seems kind of a waste for a weapon trap. Doesn't it take an artifact mechanism to prevent it from being jammed? It does, yes. An artifact mechanism I don't think will ever jam. I'm kind of about 97% sure on that. But an artifact weapon does a lot more damage. Well, you look like you've just volunteered. This is the I think we'll call you the Red Tunnel, because I don't know whether I'd think of this dog as being the eastern dog or the northeastern dog. No, I would think of you as being the east. Yeah. So you are the east bait dog. I'm not going to bring you down straight away, but since you volunteered. Now you have a mental image of a dog in the corner chewing on an artifact hammer and some dwarf walking past yelling, "Get off it, that's important," and playing tug of war. Sounds like every day in a dwarven fortress. That should be open from the... yeah, open from above as well. We could start channeling this down, because I'm going to have to do, just on this floor, I'm going to have to do it bit by bit. Cute until your artifact gold hammer is covered in dog drool. Well, the siege is broken, that's good. We've got some dwarfs sparring. Yeah, they were chasing around after things on the surface. Let's go up to the surface now and we'll open the doors again. And we can resume construction. Oh, I know what I need to do. Stocks. Bars. Copper. There we go. Unforbid everything. Did that while I was paused because that would cause a lot of problems with all the things that are made out of copper around the fortress. Okay, we've unsuspended you. Unsuspended you. Go on, you can start running again now. Don't know if I got every one of them. What's that? There's a copper arrow there. Some shooting at owls. And there's a barn owl corpse there. I should really get these traps and things brought back in and the mechanisms. Let's just make sure there's nothing left on the surface. Ah. Apparently we caught some more prisoners. Yeah, we probably need to let the outpost liaison leave as well. JB? You're not in the cage, are you? How long have you been stood there? I've only just... Did I manage to... Oh, I did let it run. Just for a second there, I was a bit worried that he's been stood out there all this time. We'll put down the refuse stockpile again. Refuse. We want item types except raw fish, raw hide, corpses, body parts. Oops. Corpses, body parts, nothing else. And I need to remove that garbage dump again. Okay, get rid of that garbage dump. And we'll put a garbage dump inside the door. Just there will do. Alright, we're just past Weirbeast season. We've just been sieged, so now's the least risky time. Come and dump the cages and the mechanisms. Just bring those inside. What are you hauling? Oh, some... shouldn't that have been forbidden? me have a look at my standing orders. It should have been forbidden. Maybe it died of old age at some point. And where are you going? You're storing an item in the stockpile as well. It's as though another barn owl corpse. It must have counted as hunted dead then. Alright, they're getting in the things I actually want them to get now. So we've got a goblin in a cage, a dwarf in a cage, and it's not our dwarf, is it? No. I mean, it shouldn't be. Let's put those cages outside. Kind of need to see what cage you were in. Got so many things in cages. Huh. A tea-wood cage. Okay, that dwarf is in the tea-wood cage. Are you forbidden? You're forbidden. Okay. Don't know why you're forbidden. Okay, we'll build you there. You're in a mango wood cage. I think these guys, these three, might have been in these cages for some time. You're in a paradise nut cage. Yeah, the cage was forbidden indeed. He always put his cage in the tavern so our citizen dwarfs can make fun of him. I think it might be time we brought that hive in. Maybe. Anybody else out on the surface? Can I lock the door yet? Yeah, don't think anybody else is outside. Just make sure that none of these are suspended. I'm gonna need to unforbid the stuff in the treetops. It's very splattered with barn owl blood. Let's see how many copper blocks we've got. 26 bars, I meant. They didn't build that one, did they? And they don't seem to have built that one either. It is a copper fort, or at least the surface tower is a copper tower. It's got electrolytes indeed. Might be a bit shocking comes thunderstorm season. See, when you drop that copper bar, you didn't unforbid it now. Good. It's very well grounded though. There we go. Now I think that one... Oh no, it wasn't suspended. That one is. I knew one of these... That block there was to build one of these. They couldn't get to it because... Well, they were blocked in. Nice big Faraday cage indeed. How do you get necromancer to stop raising the dead? You got one on your first migration. The easiest way to stop them raising the dead is to make sure they don't get scared by things. So they only raise the dead when they're afraid. So if you keep them, set them to work as a miner and keep them down in the mines. Necromancers are a bit troublesome to deal with. Oh, you want them to raise the dead? If you want them to raise the dead, then you need them to be scared. Yeah, put one in your army, he'll raise the dead, all right, indeed. Your favourite thing to do is put him in his own squad, then send him down into the caverns. If you have an army that is just necromancers, they can be incredibly powerful. An army with just one necromancer in is a liability, but an army that's made up of necromancers, yeah, incredibly powerful. As long as they're well trained and well armoured and stuff. But if they see their comrades being slain, they'll bring their comrades back again. And it makes the and sometimes when you raise your own people back from the dead, they'll sometimes, mostly a lot of the time, will not be hostile to you. They'll only be hostile to the enemy. They'll raise them as intelligent undead, and sometimes they'll come back with interesting powers. Yeah, undead necromancers can also still raise the dead, indeed. Although that has counted against me. I had a necromancer turn into a werebeast. A necromancer was bitten by a werebeast, and I walled him into my hospital, but he got walled in with the doctor. And this is the oak tree's neck incident. He killed the doctor by severing oak tree's neck, and then raised oak tree's neck. And oak tree's neck was hostile to all life, which didn't include the werebeast, because the werebeast is the undead. Necromancers are not undead, but a werebeast is undead. They're not counted as a living thing. Funny how... Oh, I wonder, sometimes these are getting cancelled. But if I put them back, they'll still do them. Yeah, and oak tree's neck had the ability to shoot frozen bolts. You did see one story where someone had a necromancer ghost who was raising the dead into hostile undead. Oh my word. So yeah, because the werebeast was raising the dead and the werebeast was hostile, so yeah, it's caused us problems. full moon at the moment. Let's try another piece of floor there. I probably wouldn't have had so many cancellations if I'd not walled across the tree. What am I building? We are building a copper tower. Yeah, we've got an octagonal fortress which exists as a, we're building it as a copper tower on the surface, but underground it's been carved out as a copper tower underground, as a stone tower underground, with ramps that spiral round the outside, and then when they reach the bottom they spiral back up again. Oops. And this is where we've got to so far. There's my dog room. I'm just looking at the time. I'm way over time. Let's just get this in and then we're going to have to call it a day. Right, we want a drawbridge here so that I can keep the dog safe. Once he's inside, we'll make you out of bauxite to match the rest of the bridges there. And then I want to put a weapon trap there. We'll use a good quality. Hang on. Aren't most of you... Oh no, you're not in weapons. You're not in weapon traps, yeah. We'll use our artifact hammer. I'd like to put one whip in there just to make sure the dog's safe, and it'll also, if we get enemies coming around here, it gives it a bit of reach on it as well. Okay, that'll do. Just the 2 weapons in there. And we want to bring down the volunteer dog. I'm going to keep you just one away from the door there. Okay, where are you? No idea where it's going to be in the list. It should be a stray east. There we go, straight east bait dog. Come on down. Gonna finish building on my channel afterwards. Not today. I've got to do some video processing and stuff for Kitfox, like processing some of the back catalogue. Oh, I'm sorry. Someday you'll need to figure out the best way to clear out caves, like start at the top and clear all outbreaks down to give at least 5 layers open. It's tedious with all different levels and unconnected rock spires, indeed. Yeah. I mean, on the map this small, I was able to wall all of the caverns off. Just wondering whether I get the rest of my dogs built. Now that I know the size, I could mark out we need the little dog leg. How did I do it? Was it nest bend? Yeah, nest bend. We'll get dogs in each of these corridors. And the dogs will be perfectly safe there. I'll just link just one more thing. East. Bait dog. Link to that door. You are the eastern bait dog. Once we get below this level, I won't have to do this a bit at a time, but until we get below this level, I've got to do it a bit at a time. Just one more turn. Am I in the UK or the US? If you're in the UK time zone, go to sleep. I am in the UK, but I stream overnight. So it's typical for me. My normal stream times on my own channel are somewhere around about midnight to midday. It varies a little. Sometimes I start early and end early. Sometimes I start late, end late. But yeah, this little setup here means that we're much more set up now for a siege. What I'll be able to do is close this door so that my dwarves don't try and walk out this way. If we get a siege, then I can open the door at the top and then just set these trapdoors going. But yeah, I'm gonna have to end it here. Oh dear, because otherwise I'll just keep on playing, and yeah, it's I'm on Kit Fox time, not my time. Can't just sit here playing games.